and it hits and it has a shot and can interdict, but you can't place it in that hex. However, with the roadblock, it's like a wall, so you get the +2 anyway. We'll get the picture fixed. Oh, you can hip a gun. Right? You can hip a gun. Anyway, it just comes on map concealed. No, those are that's on Budapest recounters. Yeah, I think I actually had debris behind that roadblock. I had to have hit it. Both sides wanted the Russians, so Mike got the balance. So in the Dwinsky versus Pleva game, Pleva has the Germans in the balance as well.
You. Oh, hell.
All right, so Paul's setting up the Russians, and I think it's always important to note, especially if you want to learn something about the game, he's not just setting up his forces off map. He's setting up his forces trying to figure out where he wants to be at the end of turn one, specifically. Cloud fields, correct. Looks like Paul's going for student body right.
Just the scenario for the morning.
That's the championship scenario.
All right.
This is what we're playing today.
And we'll find some tanks again.
Yeah, finally.
Very cool.
So you're noticing that Paul is, like I said, loading up student body right. The challenge, even though it's 6.5 turns, the challenge is that if you go that way, you're as far away from the last two victory hexes as you can possibly be. And you're open to, well, there's the thing that, and I don't want to say you have to worry about, the thing the Russian player has to accept is that you're going to show up at the BC area probably with 2 or 3 tanks out of the 7 you start with, because the Stuka, unless some horrible event happens with the Stuka, it's pretty, uh, it's got a legit shot taking them all out. So, because the aerial armor factor on these tanks is 3 and 4. And we're off. Semi-final match, 1 of 2. Mike has the Germans in the balance. Mike loaded up right. On his right, Paul is doing the bull rush right. I think one of the challenges is the timing in this, number one, but probably more importantly is starting up at the north edge of the map is a problem because you're as far away from the final VC area as you can be. But we'll see. If I'm not mistaken, the guy in Bravo Bravo 4 is real. I'm sorry. Z3. Oh, yeah, Z3. I think he's real. Which is showing an enormous amount of restraint. Oh, I think that was a 4-down-2 right there. Or not. Yep, we're absolutely going to be miking players up. And you can learn so much from him. Just listening to him talk, because a lot of times he'll help you by asking you why and tell you what you should probably do otherwise and stuff like that. So my assumption is that he just shot those riders off that tank. Yes? I think that's one of Mike's 2 remaining dummy stacks right there. Damn. That's wicked aggressive. Wicked aggressive. Oh my.
Got feature game. Who's in the feature game?
I think there's some selling souls to the devil thing. Oh my God. He sold a 3. I mean, seriously? Holy shit.
Say he was.
All right. Well, that's one way to start. Well, I'm thinking that right now round one right now is McGrath, right? I thought that was a sniper that popped his uh, uh, machine gun stack, but it apparently got the in the squad. I'm guessing.
Yeah, heard that is like I'm right.
Yeah.
That's really good. I mean, no.
You gotta say error.
Correct. I'm sorry,
Yeah. That's where I like getting stuff. So my brain's on.
Oh, yeah. I miss another.
It's like
Y'all didn't know we were gonna be here. Except it's weather. Like we didn't know we were gonna energy.
You got the tape.
She actually.
I was gonna say, did you like?
We literally went together. Yeah, yeah, we didn't know we were gonna make it here, so.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, wedding, but tired of them. So, next year will be in the hotel.
I know.
I remember my school go back. And then I go back the next day. Yeah, no break.
Holy crap. Like, this is an insane turn. But if you guys notice, I think Mike's first 5 shots were 4-3-2-3-4. Followed by Paul with the Curt covered arc change bailout 12. So I can't figure it out, but I'm thinking it looks like Paul's already down 2 squads. But I can tell you guys, playtesting this, nobody ever played the Russians this aggressive with their armor. I knew it. I knew that unit was not a dummy. And for Mike to hold his fire that long is fucking impressive. Pardon my French. Wow. Wow. Holy crap. Okay, seriously. I haven't seen Mike shoot roll above a 5. I thought Mike was holding that fire back from that unit just for a Faust. Yeah, no, it's Scotty. It's bumping up and down right now. Sorry.
Hey, Curt, that's some super aggressive. Is this turn 1? I can't quite see it.
Yeah, this is Russian turn 1 and McGrath. So if you're looking where the counter, his hand is right now, there's a German in Z3 in the woods right there that McGrath has held his fire all the way until the end. Literally the last guy moved. He's broken like 4 guys, eliminated like 2 squads, hasn't rolled above like a 5 on the IFT. It's insane. And then Paul, the Russian tank top left with the turret covered arc counter, he had a full 628, I think. Turned the corner, lost half the squad, went out there, turned the turret to dumped the riders and Paul rolled a 12 on the bailout.
That's a huge advance for those two tanks. The
Oh
Russian
my
tanks
God.
in turn one.
Yeah, I mean, in all our play tests, nobody ever ran that far. I have a feeling that this has put Paul way behind early on, because if you look up there, there's a couple broken squads, half squads, and we haven't seen Mike's either gun yet either.
I think I have a fear in 1945 of those tanks being so far ahead of infantry support that
Yep.
a couple of
Yep.
concealed 236s could take them out with Panzerfaust if you can
Yep.
get them up there.
Yeah, I feel like he sent that well, we're gonna see. There's the first gun. We're gonna. I'm guessing that's probably gonna be the 88
Where is the gun?
and the Q6 debris right between in
Okay.
that first that victory hex. Oh,
That must
yep.
have been the 80.
Yep.
That must have been the 88. He did lose concealment though.
Oh, because he
Uh-oh.
shot at the guy in the back. Wow, what a turn, dude!
Oh, our video just froze. There it goes.
We're
That's
a half turn
1-2-3.
in, and there's shit everywhere. Holy crap!
So he's 8
But-
hexes away at the tank in the back with a burning wreck in the way.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, eight hexes, but he's throwing an act there, dude. Like this is like, and it makes me think that I should just never play test again, because I've never. Paul loaded every unit was in the top 4 hexes of the map. Everything he had, which is fine. You know, he's going to rush right. My biggest issue is that is as far away from the last 2 victory hexes as you can get. But he
And it
clearly
really opened up a little bit to the Germans down south on the right-hand side,
Yep.
just moving north and getting in the way of route paths and things.
Yep.
It could really be a can of worms. I'm
Dude,
not a
these guys-
huge fan of splitting up my force to attack in 2 different ways, but in this case, it might be worthwhile.
I just feel like the South is, you know, you can take the North BC with a marginal group, and then you can. I feel like that South Edge creep is the way to go. But again, these 2 guys have won way more than I ever have. So what do I know?
Oh, for sure. I know one thing. Next time I'm playtesting this scenario, I'm going to add ultra aggressive
Yeah.
to the mix.
Well, if you see the where the 88 is, the 7-0's got a medium up there, and he shot riders off at the intersection both times. He kept rate. He was ridiculous, but he sold his soul to the devil because the sniper popped into that hex and just pinned the squad. But again, that German up in the woods next to the building, next to the Y2 building, Y3 building, that's the next level play, because Mike ran or Paul ran units adjacent to it multiple times and nothing happened. He popped a dummy in the wooden building before that, and Mike literally waited until he got the target he wanted to shoot that guy. And I'm assuming he missed the Faust, but he busted up the riders.
So the Russian sniper is next to the 88?
The Russian sniper is underneath the 7-0, next to the 88.
Yeah, I think.
And the way Mike's rolling,
his sniper takes it out.
well, the way Mike's rolling right now, he's going to see a lot more sniper activity, because this is just insane. Well, that can't be Mike, because that was a 7. You know, we joke about that, but you know, you see, and it's funny because we're at the feature table and but you talk about the World Series of Poker. A lot of guys, you can win hands with bad cards, but you can't win tournament with bad cards. And this same thing here, right? I don't care how good you are. If your dice are bad, your dice are bad. and but these guys set themselves up to be able to withstand bad dice. But there's only so many bad dice you can avoid. And I'm guessing there's just a ton of bandwidth being used this morning, which is why pictures floating in and out.
Hey, quick update, unrelated to ASL. We have heard from Perry Koch, wishing him a speedy recovery. He's feeling a little better, still totally worn out, and in the Maryland area, the temperatures finally dropped, so he's resting on the patio. Thought I'd let everyone know.
Scott, that's actually a good question, and it's something I'm going to take the blame for. I didn't put enough time into the consolation bracket, and that won't happen again. Because yeah, it is super serious, and being focused on the winners bracket, but everybody should. And guys are still. There's a lot of games going on. A lot of guys are still playing, which is great. But for those guys that go 0-2 early on, one of the upsides here is we're at the World Boardgaming Championships, so there's a million things to do, and a lot of guys just stop playing after they lost the first game. So there's buys and this and that, which is why we're contemplating and probably going to be moving this to hopefully to winter offensives where it's ASL focused, and there's ASL to be played all the time. But you've still got a lot of guys who are out of the main running still playing. There's a couple of really good matches today. Guy Cheney, I think, is playing J.R. Tracy in a consolation game. Now the two losers in this, the loser in this game and the loser in the Pleva game will play for the third and fourth place after this. But holy crap, we're still in the, where are we at? We're still turn one. Perry's not feeling well. He's sick. Well, I'll tell you what, Scott. One thing you got to know about these guys, and there are players on here that could testify. Both of these guys are a blast to play. Mike might be, and I'm kind of biased. I think he's probably the best player ever. He's fun to play. He's engaging. He's funny. He'll help you. Most of the good players are tutors as well. Mike will offend you with his kindness by dropping a, no, you don't want to do that. Nope, you don't want to do that. I don't know if the YouTube, I don't think that YouTube is streaming this resolution. Neil is streaming this. But it's kind of buggy that right now we've got it hardwired in, and we're working on making sure it's tip top. So you're going to go to, and appreciate these guys helping us out by keeping track of that turn thing. So this is advanced fire. And if Paul doesn't roll like 19 like threes, then it's a German turn one win, round one win. Mike just had a ridiculous round. And let me just shout out to Neil. Thank you, Neil, for streaming this to YouTube. Really, really appreciate you helping out. Only 188. Yes, there's an 88 and an AA gun. And Mike has the balance, which bumps his crews from 127s to 228s. No, you're helping out, Neil. I'll be right back, guys.
Hey guys, Neil here, cutting in while there's a lull. People have asked about the quality and whether they can watch it later at a better quality or watch it here at a better quality. I'm streaming this concurrently from their stream, so this is just the way it looks. It won't be improved if you watch it now or later, or if you watch it on Discord or here, it's going to look exactly the same. Nothing we can do about that. Hopefully next year they can iron this out better and we'll have a better quality stream next year.
What orchard? Can't see it. What am I missing? Oh, no way. Wait, the tank's on it? All right, totally different. Totally different approach for the reinforcements than I would have had. So the reinforcements, and remember that 4 die is the back hex row. So, and again, I'm not criticizing because I can't, but I brought them in as a giant stack with the 3 concealments on
New one.
and the whole stack, and I brought them in on the road and brought them in between the buildings and just split them up in the buildings to turtle up there. Mike clearly has different plans. But remember the reinforcements are tank hunters. They get a -1 to their Panzerfaust. They 2 Shreks, two 3/8s. They can't recombine, and the leader's probably as important as anything. Yeah, but I'm not sure I'd hunt that T-34 up in the middle. I mean, I'm not really worried about. There's not a lot that can do with regards to the victory condition, and you have the Stuka, right? Yeah, that's a good point, Justy. But like I said, I want that. Maybe those are dummies, because there are 3 dummies in there, right? But I want that stuff in close. Wind change. Jim, he's just paying +2 for that blaze, right? To fire through it. With the yak on there, 8 hexes. What is that? 9, 7, 8 to hit. Yeah. Holy shit. Wow. That's a burning wreck. Damn. Damn.
You have guys, yeah, snark.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say at this point. Mike, Paul's down 2 tanks and the Stuka hasn't even shown up yet. Yeah, but you know what, Jimmy? You and I both know that if there's a situation or a player prepared to or skilled enough to return from the ashes, it's one of these two guys. So I just think Paul was incredibly aggressive on that first turn. Oh, they're not going to quit, no. But I would be comfortable saying that Mike has hobbled him.
Down here where there's open space or.
So, but this should be a clinic, and like I thought he was. Hell, I think running a guy up to the Y2 road is aggressive on turn 1. And Paul, I guess he accomplished his objective because, correct me if I'm wrong, but that first burning tank, I felt like was actually sent there to find the 88. But again, got to remember the Stuka passive sighting task check hits. I think on a it's not a hard to hit in the 06, and then to kill is 8 or a 9 usually. So oh no, it doesn't actually, unless you're in cover. No, I think it favors the Stuka. Because the sighting task check is pretty simple, actually, given how easy to sight vehicles, unless you park it in an orchard or something. But they're very easy to sight. Right. Yeah. Task check is eminently passable. To hit is not hard. And yeah, I mean, obviously, yes, you're right. You're right. The math says you need 3 rolls, but they're 3 rolls that are not. They're not. They're high probability rolls. No, the to hit, I don't think the two. Well, it depends, right? The I think the ISUs are big targets, aren't they not? But it's the two hit rolls the roll, right? The card's in the chat, Jimmy.
There's something weird. It's so this is the other thing.
Yeah.
It's on the same team. And so you need to know how to play. I was playing.
Yeah, they're pretty efficient in this one.
Yes.
And they can only attack because they can only attack the tanks. It's one of the reasons why I like the southern approach, because there's a couple hexes in the south that you can actually be blind, invisible to the planes.
Now they're
We only had one play test of the last 4 or 5 that we did where the Stuka only got one tank. Usually they got more than one. Yeah, it's -2 at a minimum, right? Because you got moving unit, entered a new hex, vehicle not entirely concealed, all that stuff. It generally is almost like 11 or 12 to fail the sighting task check, and a 12 recalls you. But then the to hit is the roll. And I think that's 9 to hit, and then 7 for motion. That's why the sighting task check, jumping into those orchard hexes, is a big deal if you can. It doesn't really help, but it helps. Gives you another pip on the dice for the sighting task check. But the to hit is the roll, right? It's a 9, 7 for motion. I think the ISUs are big targets, so 8 to hit them, 7 to hit the T-34s, and then to kill is I want to say it's a 12, and then with bonuses, with range bonuses, it's a 12, and the ISUs are a 4 aerial armor, and the T-34s are a 3. So yeah, I mean you do need to hit a couple rolls, but and you're seeing the German South at the roadblock. That's generally how the Germans fight, even when the Russians come on in the South, or yeah, in the South, is just turtling back, hex at a time. Then the question becomes for the Germans, which tanks do you try and take out, right? I was always kind of favoring taking out the ISUs, just because of their smoke capability. Remember, the Russian 628s are assault engineers. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's
Yes.
I think he rallied too. I think he broke and he routed there.
Also, these are the things you tell me before I take a silence.
Yeah, we're 45. We're 45, so crews are even scary with the 3x Panzerfaust. Even though it's a 4 to hit, bait at least, or at best. Holy crap, is that McGrath rolling another 4?
Yeah, actually, he's three and probably more because
Well, they're, by the way, guys, just so you know, not that it matters, they're using the same dice because the feature table has 4 dice to use. Yeah, it's a 9 to kill, but I think he gets a bump for the range, right? And then it gets the aerial, it gets the rear armor factor. I think it ends up being a 12 to kill.
for lunch. keep practice.
Go, it's one by.
First hand, we talked about. It's one. Yeah, I get the game right out of it. I'll put the meter. Maybe see what Dan said. I think you're just what? Well, all of the curriculum.
And remember, those reinforcement 2 3/8 get a +1 or -1 to their Panzerfaust and ATMM checks. So they check as a full squad.
Take Eric and
But guys, for you guys like me, pay attention to how methodical they are, right? You rarely see them guessing a move, especially with their armor. If you notice, Paul was very, although to his detriment, was very convinced on where he was moving, when he was moving, and how he was moving.
yeah. Or that. I don't know the one. I think maybe ask. Yeah, go play a little quick game. I don't have a lot. I'd like to hear what time goes. Well,
All right,
all right.
turn 2.
Yeah, if there's something like. Do you play innovation? Play innovation. I heard great things. It's kind of chaotic. Maybe too long. Well,
Yeah, turn 1. That was some serious carnage for turn 1. I can tell you that. But in defense, that's serious carnage because Paul is playing insanely aggressive. I think it's also why I don't know about. My guess is that Pleva and Zawinski both bid for the attacker. It feels like all the better players always try and choose to be on attack because they'd like to dictate the pace of play. I think it's sighting task check 10 or 11. I think the to hit is it's a 10 to hit, right? 8 if it's motion.
Yeah. Get this spot right up there, right?
And we always did the attacks. No, that's not on the to hit roll. That's on the sighting task check. But adjacent. Yeah, I apologize, guys. I'm in the common room, so you're hearing chatter in the background. I apologize for that. Yeah, we were using adjacent is what we were using, and that's a 12 to kill.
I wasn't sure if that was you.
Well, regardless of, yeah, we had the 12 as a 12 to kill off 4 for the big guy, off 3 for the little guys. Because we were doing to kill adjacent. Because don't you get the aerial and the rear bonus? But what I was going to say is that Paul's going to need to recover here. I'm 100% confident he can do it, but he's trying to do it against Mike McGrath, which makes it a little different thing. But that's a heavy blow on turn 1. And I'll say it again, Mike escaped. The Germans only have 3 leaders, but Mike escaped a little bit there with the Russian sniper popping into his machine gun hex and just pinning the squad instead of grabbing the leader. But that 8-1 that comes on with the reinforcements is a big deal too. And I will say this, I think one of the advantages too of the double blind in a sense is that these guys are seeing these scenarios for the first time. And if you notice round 1, everybody kind of talked about it being very pro-American. I think as they play it more, if you played it more, the balance would come closer to being even. But these guys are seeing these scenarios for the first time, so they're kind of flying by the seat of their pants, which really, I think, lends a benefit to the guys that know the rules better, which is always the case for the most part in ASL. But being able to decipher a scenario card is a skill unto itself. Yeah, I think that's where we get the 12 to kill, Jimmy. Like I said, 12, and it's a 4. The ISUs are a 4 aerial, and the T-34s are 3s. And by the way, Perry Cock is in the crowd. So hello, Pete. Glad you're feeling better a little bit. And there was a question pre-tournament. Just goes to show you, everybody has questions, but everybody was wondering, if you're a defender and you can't bore sight, can you still check line of sight? And the consensus in the room was no, but actually it's yes. When the attacker enters from off map. Yeah, there you go. That's how we got the 12, Jimmy. So now the Russian or the German Stuka's in play for the Russian movement phase, guys. Now again, I apologize for the background noise. I'm in the common room, so had some people fanboying. On the prep. Paul needs to reestablish some momentum here.
I'll never buy a game without.
Yeah, I do sign autographs. It's funny too. Yesterday I was sitting here and these people were playing a baseball game at the next table over, and they were playing the Dodgers Red Sox World Series. And I walked over and I was kind of looking over the table, standing over the table, and I have my my 2004 World Series ring on, and I'm kind of watching, and this guy's like play-by-play commentating. And I'm like watching and listening, and I was like, "Oh, who's winning?" And he was like, "Oh, the Red Sox are up 6-5 in the ninth." And I was like, "Bring in Folk," and they're like, "It's 2021 or something like that." And I'm like, "Well, bring Folk in anyway." And they were like, "Yeah," looking at me like, "Who the hell are you?" And I was like, "Yeah, good luck, guys." And I walked away, and I was sitting over at the table next to him. And at some point, the dude realized he's commentating and he's using non-baseball terms to play-by-play, and the hair on my neck is standing up as I'm listening to this thing. And I just kind of laughed, and eventually, like, they figured out who I was, and they were like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, what's up?" So if you guys are just tuning in, that machine, that prep fire marker, or that first fire marker on that machine gun down there, that did an enormous amount of damage on turn one. I think it killed a squad and a half. Outright killed a squad riding a tank. Oh my God! Did he just roll it? Holy crap! What was that roll? I only saw the one or the two. Hey Nick, if you're listening, can you push the dice box so the bottom lip of it is on the bottom edge of the screen? Can't see the top half. I miss the freaking half of dice every time. But guys, think about this. That crew is tying up almost the entire Russian OB right now, which is a spectacular win for the Germans. I don't know how cautious he's being. Nick, other way, Nick. Push it so it. Yep, right there. Perfect. Nope, a little down a little bit, down a little bit, Nick. So the bottom edge of the dice tray should be on. There you go. Perfect, right there. Yep, thank you. Yeah. So again, see that crew up there is just absolutely tying up Russians, and that's the worst possible thing that could be happening right now. Yep, right there. Nope, down. Boom. Leave it there. Yep, right there. And it's also something to note when you're talking about control of BC. You know, a lot of people miss the fact that broken units are still non-disrupted. Broken units are still roadblocks, right? Oh my God, seriously? Oh, this is a big one. Random selection. Oh, is that a sniper? Yeah, that's one of the daunting things. If you look at the scenario card, you see 2 ISU 122s and 5 T-34s against 1 tank killing gun and possibly a Stuka. But in 1945, every single MMC, every single infantry counter is an anti-tank weapon. I think that was a sniper.
When I see my wife tonight, she'll have purple hair.
I thought that was the crew shooting, actually. What's what?
Hey, Curt, peeking in for another look. Did the Stuka come on yet?
No, not yet. It's on this turn.
Okay. So the 88 took out that other tank?
The 88 shot through the blaze of 1 tank and created a blazing tank behind it. And I was just talking about the fact up in the AA gun was in that little orchard hex behind those hedges up top. And apparently he got rid of them, but the crew backed out. The crew rallied, and the crew is literally holding up the entire Russian order of battle up at the top of the map. And he just fired and rolled another 3 and broke a unit next to him.
If I remember, so it's a 228 in this game, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Hey, morale, it's tough to crack sometimes.
And I mean that's a we talk about that, and I'm the guy to place the blame on. One of the things that I hear a lot of comments is that our balances are tend to be to the weaker side of balance, and my argument is, well, I mean that right there is a monstrous difference. That was a 4 shot instead of a 2 shot from that crew. That 8 morale crew rallied and came back. And again, look at the entire Russian OB is at the top of the map on turn 2. And, Paul is definitely hobbled in this one right now. But absolutely good enough to come back and find a way. But Mike has made it so he can't use the road to interdict because he's probably got a couple Panzerschrecks lined up there. So there, you almost have to shift your attack as the Russian to move south, but that's all open ground. And Mike has the non-open ground covered with the 88 and the machine gun up in the upper level. Yeah, this is just, it's fun for me to watch because this is just another level of play, guys. And we will mic the players for the next time we do this because listening to McGrath and Paul both play is its own class. Agreed, Jim. There's a burning tank up there somewhere. And I think it's in Y2. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Jimmy. We got a lot of kings to work out, but I feel like this stream thing has been positive in the sense that, well, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely be hunkering down with Neil after this, and we'll figure out best practices going forward. Now, the hard part here is there is so much downtime in ASL from a commentary perspective, right? Hey guys, was that a Panzerschreck shot at the tank? And if so, what happened? See, counter on it. He did shock. Did he stun him? I see a prep fire marker on one of the guys on the left. That looks like that's part of the Shrek reinforcement group too. Oh my God. Seriously? Seriously. Are you kidding me? No fucking way. Dude, that was a 4-hex shot with the Panzerfaust or Panzerschreck. Oh no. No way. Holy shit. I think that was a 3-hex shot with a Shrek, which is what, 7 to hit, 5 motion. Eat the blast. Or no, they're in woods. They're in woods, so no blast. Wow. Wow. All right. You're going to hear me say no fucking way like 50 times.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that was a Shrek shot. So, yeah, 7 to hit, 5 motion, no blast. 307 to kill versus 11 armor. Dude, he's down 3 tanks without a Stuka kill yet. So Mike deserves a mistaken attack, which recalls it. No, I didn't see that roll. Damn it. Oh, he just popped the smoke discharger, I think. Yeah, the T-34, I think, popped smoke. I think he's, again, Paul's one of the best players in the world. But if I'm commentating, I'm telling you right now, I think he's being way, way too aggressive. Oh my God. Seriously, Mike? Oh my God. I don't even know what those dice will. I'm just befuddled right now.
Yes, thanks.
And yes, again, they're rolling the same dice. Yeah, I think Paul's being insanely too aggressive. Now, I'm not sure he has a choice. I think he's put himself in a position now where he has to be aggressive. And I think he's stuck on the part of the map where getting somewhere else on this map involves that big swath of open ground just south of him. Because the road's clearly covered with the 88. But he's got the hedge side covered with the Shreks, which we now know can hit from 3X's away comfortably if you're Mike McGrath. Oh my God, Mike rolled a 6. Holy shit. Here comes one of the big boys. Remember, Mike has the Stuka now. Bypass.
I gotta go through here. Well,
When the clock's ready, so start.
Remember, I don't know where they are, but Paul started out with 18 squads, 12 8 morale squads. And it feels like there's a lot more missing than it should be. I think Paul's just thinking that that blaze is going to protect him crossing the road, right? Jiminy Christmas. Unbelievable. Yeah, and I guess the big thing there, and the other thing I guess he's assuming is that the blaze kills the residual, so there's no residual in there.
And I don't
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it, Jim? Is that to beat Mike, you have to play a error-free game, and he has to roll average dice. If you're playing an aggressive game against a great player who's rolling great dice, yeah, that's a tall order. But again, you don't. I mean, one of the things that we've said about this from the first playing and playtest is the Russian player. You got to pass that personal morale check of losing tanks because you're going to lose them. I don't think I saw we had a playtest where there were 3 blazing tanks on the map before the Stuka ever was placed on the map. Mainly because the Russian was never that aggressive with the tanks. Yeah, agreed.
And I said, I've seen the boss problem. They're down there and yeah.
Oh, you could actually make an argument, Jim, that his tank actually is covering him because those guys are out in the road only because that blazing wreck is there. But I don't know that I don't see a viable strategy in confining yourself to half of this map. And if it is half of this map, I think it has to be the southern half. because the southern half is the push him, fall back, push him, fall back, push him, fall back. Mike hasn't even, or Paul hasn't gotten into the guts of the defense yet. Now it's only turn 2. You know, it's a 7-turn game. And I think we're going to see Paul take a breath, but you know, Mike is now in a situation where he could take out all 7 tanks before Paul is gets to the hex row U road. Yeah, Nick, that's another thing we need to do. We need to have a casualty, another we need to have a casualty window where all the casualties go. Give people an idea. Can't really decide, see how many Russian squads are left, and that's probably, as we look at the map and see the burning tanks, understanding if Paul has 12 squads left versus 15 and a half, that's very different. See, that's what I expected Paul to do right there. I expected him to bring those tanks down to that area and press on those buildings and to get his infantry across there. Okay. That tank up top is under an infantry smoke counter. That's what that is. Not that it matters. I'm curious. I haven't seen Paul try for engineer smoke at all. Not that I'm not saying he should have. I'm just curious.
Yeah. Now the honey has everything. And then like it would be the tank.
But now, if you look at what he's moving this tank, look at why that tank was up there because of that crew.
Yeah, he only has 3 Russian folk.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Matt said. That, oh my God, really? Mike just rolled another 4. Uh-oh. Okay. So he saw him.
Yeah, so like I said, sometimes the games
Oh, we got some AA fire. Do we or don't we? Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. The guy in the back is in AA mode. Nice. Yeah, the 50th. Now remember, he just needs to damage the plane to recall it. I don't think that did it. So to hit is going to be +2 for the smoke, right? +2 for the smoke only, because he isn't moving. So it'll be an 8 to hit. That's a fucking hit. And you've got this will be a 12 off 3, so a 9 to kill. Already immobilized. What does an aerial hit do? Is that a shock? Oh, that's right. Oh, he failed his mobilization task check. I think that's different. I think that's different for aerial, Justin. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw an immobilized counter under there already. But they clearly, yeah, there is. He's immobilized and essentially out of the fight. So, and I'm assuming the crew failed the immobilization task check, right? So, 4 tanks out, effectively.
I have. It's actually published on our 2 weeks ago.
Oh my God, really? Was that a Panzerfaust? No way. Oh, oh.
Where goes one, right? Where are we going?
Is it 12 casualty reduced, right? Oh, yeah, casualty reduction. Oh. If Mike complains, which he won't. It just casualty reduced. Okay. That was a 12. Oh yeah, 12 of them to hit. No, 12 of them to kill, right? I don't know. I missed it, but he casualty reduced, so I'm sure they got it right. Jim, 45 Germans, 2 times squad equivalent Panzerfaust, right? So the Germans can make 24 to hit attempts.
I made my
Yeah, I think it's 1.5 before that in 44. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I was just curious. I'm up. I mean, for people watching, just to help with the rules. 45, it's 2.5 or 2 times your squad equivalent. I would ask Perry, but he's not technically adept enough to actually type in chat, so I'll just have to hope he texts me. Oh, snake eyes. Another snake eyes from McGrath. Three from McGrath. What just happened there, guys? He kill him? The call just killed that crew? Yeah. Crew just died. Yeah, that two was, I guess, to kill the crew.
And so like, well, if I did that, then well, it would fit. And that's I don't know. Look,
Well, I think the issue is that knowing Mike, that, oh my God, really? A three? Seriously, McGrath. Oh, that was Paul's three. Okay. Paul getting some justice. First little chink crack in the armor a little bit. Oh, cower. Should be a 2-3-8. Oh, broke. Yeah, sorry about the video, guys. Yeah, I agree, Mike. But again, he's playing like McGrath, which to me changes the parameters around how you got to finish, because looks like there's a company of infantry in that building up there.
Yeah, pretty.
I actually think they're playing pretty fast. There's just a lot going on. A lot of dice rolls. These guys are not slow players by any stretch. But it's also why we made Friday into Saturday kind of open ended. The second round's supposed to start, or the championship match is supposed to start at 3, but it'll start when this one's over. And the winner of this game will be at this table for the final match. Wait till you guys see the final scenario.
What are you angry about?
Yeah, these two guys both pace of play is very. But I think there's been a little bit. I think Paul kind of pulled the brakes on a little bit when the third tank started to burn. So basically, if I'm not mistaken, there are 4 tanks. 3 tanks are burning. One's immobilized, and I could be wrong, but I think there's 2 ISUs left and 1 T-34.
Next stop, Southeast East Gateway and 160th Avenue Southeast.
All right, so if you guys can look at the map, the victory conditions are there can be no good order German non-crew multi-man counters in Z1 or Y3, U3 or V4, P5, P6, P7, P9, R9, R7, R6. They don't. The Russians do not have to control those buildings. There just cannot be a good order German non-crew MMC in them. Well, and look at it. It's everybody. Sorry about that. Everybody, all the good players were jonesing for the Russians, and it's hard. But again, I think I don't want to say I don't think. I think it's very challenging if you don't come on the south edge, because the south edge allows you to creep through those buildings, and the north edge is the farthest point away from the map entry-wise. Yeah, and Jim, you're right. I mean, but it also requires an optimal German setup, which it's Mike McGrath, and that's exactly what I think he did. Now, I had in a couple of play tests, I actually had put the roadblock in X7 or W8 with X7 W9 as the facing, and I put debris in W8, and I had the AA gun there to interdict the southern edge of the map, that lane area down here, BB10, AA10, Z10, to stop them from scooting through there, which would have been wasted being here. Because, like I said, he came on all in the north. And I also actually had my AA gun, once in P8 in that debris hex back there as well. But I'll defer to Mike McGrath. I think that's an optimal place, because remember the turn 1 Panzerschreck anti-tank teams can bolster tank defense on one side of the map or the other too. But I felt like they were best used for coming in along N Nancy 8, the road, and running up to Q7, and then dispersing into those 2 buildings. Right. And Jim, I think the big thing to mention too is if you look at the sighting tasks, the sighting rules, there's a couple building hexes, there's a couple bypass hexes, V10, V9, W9, W10, where you can't see the vehicles because it's surrounded by level 1 obstacles. I mean, obviously that's not a lot, but in trying to push the Germans back through there, because the German defense, I think, is exactly what Mike did. Those 2 half squads up in the DD8 building to stop them from bull rushing, and then you sacrifice them, and then starting in X9 or even AA, you start dispersing your squads, and you just shoot, fall back, shoot, fall back, shoot, fall back, which it came down to the same thing every playtest. Q8, Q9 ends up being the German Alamo. and Mike had the gun, the AA gun in X1, and you know, he had his reasons, and I'm sure they're legit and solid. I just felt like I didn't want that piece of equipment out of the game that fast because the Russians just overran it like they're going to do. Mike showed incredible restraint on the turn one phase. You guys see the map. If you look at V3, which is that Woods hex, Mike had dummies in Y3 and BB4. And Paul got rid of the BB4 dummies, but Mike held his fire from the Z9 hex the entire phase until he got a target of opportunity that he wanted, and he took it. And I thought that was just effing genius. Well, I think it looks like there's probably, well, so if you look at the map, the Y2 crossroad, Paul came through the Y2 crossroad with riders. Mike shot a full squad off of one of the tanks, reduced the second squad off of the tank in that hex, and then that's the tank that can mobilize up top. He ran in there and did a turret covered arc swing to get his riders to bail out and roll to 12. So I know those two, there's a minimum of 2 squads gone, but I'm thinking he's down more. But the disparity in forces for the Russians anyway, numbers wise, is made up by the Russian 8 morale. I mean, and by the way, I think our last change made this balance. It was initially 6. If I'm not, well, it started out 8 4.36s and 4 4.47s, and then we've actually flipped that completely to be 8 4.47s and 4 4 because the Germans felt way too brutal. But that's the thing about this German defense, guys. They're brittle, very brittle, and with just 3 leaders amongst them, that's why that reinforcement 8-1 is a big deal. Which I'm assuming he's probably down in N6 or 07. And he's got 1 Shrek. I think the guys underneath the Shrek up top, I think that's part of the dummies. I think those guys are dummies. So this is bottom of 2 rally phase. Oh, that didn't help. God dang it, the dice have been. And I'm listen. I played professional sports. I hate people that make excuses, but the dice have been absolutely beating the shit out of Paul. I mean, literally, that's the second 12 I've seen him roll on a morale check, task check kind of thing. There you go. That's one of those hidden line of sights. Yeah, you know what? Don't do baseball references. You guys suck at it. Stick to ASL. Now, I think that's a much higher to hit, right? Going through a blaze, 2 orchards. And in a wood building. That's like a +6 to hit. Right? 2 orchards is and the blaze is 4. Oh no, he doesn't get the second orchard, right? The orchard and the blaze aren't cumulative, so that's +3, +5 in the stone wooden building. Right? +5. Yeah, he's in a wooden building. 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 5. Did Mike roll a 3 for that? No, he didn't. Oh, that's right. Okay, he's firing at the tank. So it's going to be +1, 2, 3. Tank is a big target. +2.
All right. Let's see. What do we got?
Also notice something else, guys. Two of the better players in the world. Look at the CE counters on the map. You never see, I don't want to say younger, newer players. CE a lot. Oh, it's a miss, no rate. But return fire will be like +3, +5. Any CE +5 because of the placement. So what, a 3 or a 2 to hit? Well, no, I don't think he has to pivot the tank because is the tank in bypass? It's not in bypass. Okay. No, you're right. No, he won't. That's in his covered arc, right? No, it's in his covered arc. I think his covered arc. Yeah, his covered arc is 4. Yeah, his covered arc is 4. So he'll be in his covered arc. No, I think his covered arc is the acquisition and the road heck. I think his covered arc is U3 V3. I think. I could be wrong. Turn 2 movement, and they can't hear me, but really appreciate the players taking care of the turn dial so we know what turn it is. God, that picture's perfect right there. dash. So the 4, 2, up 1. He's pinned in the road. Just yeah, I think he was firing at the infantry in the building. Honestly, I could be wrong because there is no line of sight to V2 from Q6. And just Shreks for everyone. And the original, I think the Russian was a medium. In the original, and then it was just ridiculous moving that Russian medium. So we moved to a Russian heavy, and then realized that the Russian heavy does not have a DM version. So we moved to the 50. And given the date, we were very comfortable that the Russians were toting 50s around. Wait till you guys see the final scenario, though. I'm very excited for that. Somebody broke. Peter broke. So both of them broke.
There. This guy
So yeah, so Zenobin in the chat is Vincent Reska. Vincent designed Foreshadowing Ruin, which is the last scenario. Hey Vince, I can't wait for you to see the final version of it because we greatly expanded the reinforcement groups. There's I think 5 groups for the Germans and 4 groups for the Russians to choose from, and it's going to be an absolute blast. And the cool thing, Vince, is the scenario plays out like the actual action. You know, you got the Russian or the Germans sitting in defense. The Russians come in, kind of steamroll in, and then the German reinforcement. What was it? The First Panzer Division. It absolutely has been playing phenomenal, and I can't wait to see the scenario at the hands of 2 guys that are great players. Based on this right now, if I'm gambling, I would say McGrath has the upper hand. Either guy can win this, obviously, but I think I'm thinking the odds are right now we're going to see a McGrath Pleva final. I was laughing too because I don't even know. Mark Pitkavage or somebody was bitching about the fact that this is not really the world championship, blah, 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 blah. And I said something to the effect that not only is it the world championship, but probably, and I'm going to go closer to 85% of the WBC, ASLOC, and Winter Offensive champions are represented in this field. And we had one of the better European players in here, George Turnemeyer, who lost in the first round, and then Maurizio Grassi lost to Mike. Wow. I mean, there are people who just don't like us for whatever reason, but I don't care. Like I said, I'm whoever's holding the champion, whoever has the championship trophy at the end is going to be unquestionably the champion. I got. Yeah, and one of the big things though is I think we're going to. We've talked about it. Perry and Brian and I haven't sat down in a room and talked about it, but the idea is that we're looking to move this. Oh, there's McGrath with another 3. Move this to Winter Offensive 2027 to allow, because, well, for a lot of reasons. Number one, we want total control over the event because at the WBC, you can't deny players entry, and you don't want to. You want people playing your game, but the way the bracket or line set up and ranked, and the fact that you need to be bringing stuff to play, made walk-ups kind of not a good thing, I guess, is way to put it. But having it at our own tournament will allow us to control how that works. So oh, there's a box cross. So yeah, we're weighing that, and but Perry's run Winter Offensive for 7 decades, I think. So we'll come up with something. And like I said, the next time we do this, hopefully the way it's going to be done is we'll have the players mic'd up, and we'll have a telestrator so I can draw on the map, which would be even cooler. And Rick, that's actually a good question. And yes, we had 3 walk-ups. But Mike, yeah, I think we'll do the same things probably that if it's an ASL tournament, then there's less of a need for us to put out the prereqs. Everybody knew we provided all the boards and the dice for this, and we'll provide the dice, but everybody brings their stuff to Winter Offensive. You know, and I think we'll still run a tournament here. It's kind of foolish for us as a board game company not to have a presence. Perry and the Starter Kit have been here for the last couple of years. Which is always, I mean, I would love to see that grow in a big way because that's kind of our feeder to get in here. But back to play-by-play, I did not see how that Russian squad got into R4 or R3. Yeah, this is turn 3, by the way, guys. Yeah, no, Neil, absolutely. But we're working the kinks out. But we're actually, one of the things we're going to do is we actually just got a YouTube channel, so we'll start percolating on that.
I'm actually just assuming this is in the volumes.
Yeah, I think what we'd end up doing is, I mean, as MMP, we'd have a full set there, but for the Euro guys, yeah, we would definitely put a list out of boards and whatnot to bring. So in the meantime, I see Paul Sidhu has managed to get his Russians into the R hex room, which is not a small thing. But yeah, we've been talking about it. I think the potentially likely scenario is going to be Winter Offensive 2027 for the second World Championship. Because we definitely want European players to be here. I think the more lead time we give players, obviously the better. You can find cheaper travel and all things that go with that. Right now, the big thing is finding a location for a Winter Offensive that is comfortable, safe, and accommodating. So guys, now you're seeing why you don't ever just can't. I mean, it's turn 3. Paul's in the hex row, the R hex row. Pressing hard now.
Yeah.
I'll go to Yeah, I think update from the corner of the room. Doc Pomeranz just dropped 6 consecutive F-bombs. So I'm thinking closer to 12 to 13 squads total, but I could be wrong.
I'll play. You want to play out here next to you? You look fast.
I think he missed. I think he missed. Oh, he didn't.
Return. Get a resolution. And do more for the so.
Or he did miss, didn't he?
It looks like at some point something you're admitting. So if you play it, 20 is like the benchmark. You're not doing it, but if you have the same though, or you don't want to finish it, just
Oh, that was the AA. Okay.
it's a plus 20 on there at the end of the game to the bonus. You can see how it looks, but I think it's pretty balanced. Well, this is the only great chance. Look, one other thing is you play.
So what? Paul has 2 tanks left, right? Two mobile.
Right. And as all the same issues come up, and so it's just go. There'll be some not here. Never get ran in that game goes. It's more importantly, it's very difficult. The sticking where you really on a historical track. It's like it's beautiful.
Yeah, by the way, guys, human wave is NA in this scenario.
Like I say, It's very nice. We're not doing that. I want to see one of what's the bullet for. I think that player because I played a game where they don't sign it. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to finish. I'm going to finish a game. I want to start. I want to finish, but I can't finish over multiple days. I don't. It's fine. Well, appreciate that. I really hard. So. And you have the position to qualify. But ultimately, but you don't have, you don't like things like that. That's going to be among the Supreme Court. I'm so.
Pretty sure that's it is.
Oh, it's right here.
Waving at them?
Yeah.
It is. You have to stand blocked. Don't see it. It's really good. They all stuff it, you know. Well, you did. It's one time that ain't been back. I mean, I can tell. But you were good. But you're basically yards. I think it was just slow days. It's almost yeah.
Hey, Curt, I know, can I get a picture with you? Oh, that's gonna have a mark. Oh, or not.
I'm slacking on the trade for it's not. Yeah. I said that is kind of slide it.
Matt, mute your mic. Mute your mic, Matt.
All right, that was not good for Paul at all. Leader break, squad 12, right? You intensive fire at this point? I think it's too early, but damn. Ouch. That hurt.
Okay, yeah, sure. I don't know where they are. They're over
No, I don't. I don't think they're. I don't think they're on the right. They got the wrong. It's 3.
Oh, that's what I'm still Oh, yeah, that's the second. It's supposed to be. Oh, yes. Hey, there's fun. Oh, I played
All right, I'm gonna go down and check the room out. I'll be back in a minute, guys. By the way, guys, it's the beginning of turn 4 Russia. Russian turn 4. All right, guys. Update from the tournament. I just talked to McGrath and Paul, and they were both laughing at what had happened. But Pleva and Duensky turned 3. Russians are only at the V Victor hex row. So looks like Pleba's, I think, got a little bit of the upper hand. Cheney and Tracy have the Russians are, or the Russians are in trouble. Or no, the Germans are, no, I think the Russians are in trouble. Anyway, so, but it's kind of funny because McGrath said that we should probably have had him mic'd up, which again we've all talked about. We should definitely do going forward.
He went very fine. Some very points for nothing.
All right. This is obviously Russian turn 4. Couple good, like, big shots from Mike. Paul's trying to turn that flank again. Got the guy. Broke 2 squads around, but this is going to be intense. Yeah, Paul's trying to get that unit, I think, into close combat. Is he going to go into close combat with the gun? He just mount the gun? Mount the medium. Oh. Oh, wow. Could be wrong, but it feels like Paul's infantry is just getting whittled away right here. Still got
Your commentary? Hey,
what's up? All right. Is that a miss? That's a hit only if it's one of the big guys, right? +1 target size. Yeah, I think I was feeling the swing there when Paul got around to the right and force, but it feels like, well, doesn't feel like, it looks like Mike busted up that attack. Paul's going to need big rally phase, I think, at a minimum. Stuka missed again this turn, right? I think the, yeah, for some reason, I want to say that that tank was mobilized before the Stuka got it. And the Stuka mobilized it and it failed the mobilization pass check.
Still narrating.
Yeah, I think
Wanted to know that
there isn't already a discussion. I think you're right. I think Paul's looking, trying to assess what's going on and coming to the conclusion that I think he might be outgunned here. I'm gonna go down to the room, guys. All right, I'll be back.
All right, ASLers, that looks like that's the end of this match. It looks like Mike McGrath took that one as the Germans. I wasn't able to watch the whole thing. I was popping in and out of my office, but it appeared the Russians were getting smacked around pretty hard because of Paul's aggressive play and Mike's insane, at least early die rolls. There is another game sometime after this. It's going to be a separate stream. I'm going to shut this stream down and I'll fire up the other stream, which should be on the front page of the channel. And that game will be on this stream. But for now, I'm going to shut this stream down and I'll see you later on in an hour, hour and a half. I'm not sure. Whenever they fire it up, just keep an eye out for it. Thanks. If you like what you saw, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you saw, thanks for watching and let me know how I can do better. See you in the next video.